Hi. 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 How is everyone doing today? Hey, Methel. Hey, Atticus. Hey, Catachan. I am excited to start work on Fulgrim, and hopefully, we'll actually get him in a state where he's basically done by the end of the night. I say that, I got less done on him than I wanted to last week. So we'll just have to wait and see, really. So my plan is to, at the very least, get all of the non-metallic bits finished. We did some off-stream touch-ups to get, like, all of the bits that need to be grey again. So that was a thing. It took a bit longer than I wanted it to. Then again, this model is so big, everything about him takes just a lot longer to kind of get through. But that's okay. So I think today we'll start with this big gaping open wound here. Because, that's, fucking lovely. What everyone wants to spend their stream staring at. I mean, what? I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Reichland Flesh Shade. But I don't have it. I was going to use Carroburg Crimson to make it look more pink and bloody. So, I'm pretty sure we can just start with some contrast paint here. Where did I put my Volupus pink? I had it here. It was right here. It was right here. I'd prepped all of the first paints I needed right in front of me at the start of the stream. Ah, I've been bonked. And the big wig is for the hair? Hey, Major. It is. I will do a hydrate. I mean, I'll be honest. The big hair is going to be super easy. We're just going to thin down some Athematic Blue. And, oh, actually, no. Maybe we'll use Briar Queen Chill. It's a bit more blue. And it's very icy. Rather than the teal. I think maybe that's what we want to do. Hey, Major, we're just about to get started on some painting. How are you doing? It's always lovely to see you. There's my Volupus pink. So we are going to start just a little bit. Need to be careful not to get too much actually onto the model, because we don't actually want it to be we don't want it to be like super pink. We just want it to like have that basic kind of tone. I'm also trying to think of, I'm not 100% sure just yet about how I want to do all of the all of like the bits, like all of the fins. I think I want to do them in, oh fuck. I'm so glad I've got a dry brush just there. I'm so glad that you can just use a dry brush to soak up overspill with contrast paints, since they take a little bit longer than regular acrylics to dry. Just a little bit longer. You worked only 3 hours? Nice. I like a short day at work. I say this, all of my work shifts are like 10 hours long, so I don't get short days at work. And sometimes they ask us to do overtime, which on one hand can be nice, but on the other is a little bit much. Just soaking up any excess with dry bristles. Nice and simple. Make sure we don't have any real overspill. Contrast paint does feel kind of like it's cheating sometimes. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I feel like it's just a very useful tool that gets a lot of things looking the way you need it to look very simply. I do wish my hands were less shaky though. Nerf damage is a bitch. It's looking a bit overexposed and a little bit out of focus. Let me adjust that. Also, how's the stream looking, by the way, chat? How is the stream looking? Because I've adjusted some of my settings. I've adjusted some of my stream settings. So I'm hoping it'll be just a bit nicer. Just a little bit nicer. Okay. I feel like that should work. But yeah, I'm actually streaming in 60 FPS. The last time we tried to stream in 60 FPS, we had a lot of technical issues and dropped frames. But while I was doing some admin and whatnot, trying to get people their prizes for the last giveaway we did, I figured, you know what, I'm just gonna do this. I was also recording more chapters for Caiaphas Cain, which I'm hoping I'm gonna launch the new YouTube channel specifically for Warhammer book lore and stuff. I'm gonna launch that probably when we have 10 chapters recorded. Just so that there's a little backlog of content. I'm not gonna have it done. I'm not gonna put a video out every day, but I'll try and get a couple of videos out every single week. Because Pink's been doing a lot of work on that channel as an editor. It's been really nice. That means I can just focus on doing the content. I'm also writing some new tutorials, which is going to be like beginner guides to like painting stuff. But like, it should be nice, I think. I like teaching people. So it should be a nice little small hobby channel. PC was dying before, PC is dying now. Hopefully it stays like that. I hope it doesn't. Hey PSX, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Lovely to see you again. You having a nice day? I hope so. I do really kind of like Volupus Pink for this kind of stuff, because it just kind of does the job really, really well. And if you go really thick on it, it looks very like red and bloody, which is great for this inner bit because I don't really have to care too much. I also very much have come to the realization that doing all the gold stuff first was a bit of a mistake, because it's all going to get kind of like painted over with many other things in places. In fact, it already is mostly painted over. Like, there's some areas where you can still see some gold, but like, there's just so much where it's just gone a little bit wrong. I want to switch to a smaller brush as I approach those spots. We're going to approach this exact same thing on the bit of wing that's flayed open. The wound is the weirdest bit on Fulgrim. Yeah, I kind of agree. It's not a design choice I think anyone ever really expected. It's like some proper body horror stuff, which, you know, is in keeping with the Emperor's Children. But like, as a demon, does he even feel it? Is he even aware of what it is? I don't know that he can be. I don't know that he can be in the same way that like you or I would be. Honestly, just straight Volupus pink works really, really well here. I mean, I still plan on doing some more to it. Like, I've got some ideas. Like, I know I want to shade it with an ink to make it look a bit redder. I know that there's a highlight I want to do. Maybe I should highlight before I do the shade. I know usually one does the shade first and then does the highlight. I think that's a good base coat for now. I genuinely think, like, if we wanted to be really lazy about it, we could kind of leave this mostly as is and not really have to care too much. And it would look decent for, like, the tabletop. I do want Fulgrim to look like an absolute just gem in my army, though. Like, when I put him on the table next to everything else, I really want him to stand out and look like the coolest model ever. Well, the coolest model in my collection. I already think he's quite good for my standard of painting. Just in terms of, like, what I've done. But usually I mostly focus on speed painting and like, tabletop ready stuff. So it's been kind of nice doing something a bit different. Hey, Metal. Hello again. It's pain to wait until the 2000 beans. You'll get there eventually. Did you know that if you're a subscriber, you get beans faster? I'm not saying you should, but I mean, that's just how Twitch works. That's just how Twitch works. It's not my fault. Yeah. I hope everyone's having a nice day. I am excited for this miniature. So what I'm thinking for the wings is I want to go for a kind of like purple is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like maybe like a magenta into burgundy into like a more natural purple, or maybe a very low saturated purple, like a bright low saturation purple to kind of like contrast with everything else. But I'm not sure that that's the right vibe. I'm wondering if maybe I should really like double down and just make it really extra saturated. I'm thinking for all the little like spines and claws and stuff. I'm thinking for them, what my goal is to do them in a very dark, almost black purple. A bit like how I did Azazel's horns. I feel like that would work for them, but like maybe focus on making it more darker. I guess my idea is that for the wing membrane, I'm taking something similar to how I'm doing the wounded flesh here. And making it darker. And more purple. I'm also thinking I will probably go with like the metallic purple armor in the end. I just think it looks nice. And I want him to look like... I want him to tie in with the rest of the army. I think it's important, especially when you're painting an army for the tabletop. Everything looks like it belongs together. Hey, Phantom. How you doing? You say you should, but your bank account is hardly refusing. Wow. If you decide to do it, thank you. But if you don't, I still appreciate you. No one has to subscribe. No one has to subscribe. But I really appreciate subscriptions. They help. They help keep me in plastic crack and paint fumes. Also, hey Phantom, how are you doing? You having a nice day? Have you tried Lies of P yet? I hope that you have fun with it. When the pay comes. Okay. So I'm thinking we'll start with like Doomfire Magenta as that first initial coating on the wings, and then slowly fade that to Sigvald Burgundy and then to Luxian Purple. And then figure out a nice highlight tone to dry brush that. I'll use the same color for the fins. All the little fins on the body. Just because I think that'll look nice. Okay. Let's work on this last bit. I don't know if the rest of the wound on that initial bit is going to be dry yet. It doesn't look fully dried, so we'll probably switch into working on the fin membrane. Doing that first base coat before we get started on the second part of the peeled back flesh. Welcome home, Phantom. By the way, remember that shop you had that Warhammer stuff? They have Sisters of Battle shirt now. Ooh, very nice. God, I can't remember that shop, but I do remember. I remember looking at it, and it had some decent stuff. Sisters of Battle are very cool. There's a bit of me that's thinking, I really need to work on my Battle Sisters. But first I want to finish my Emperor's Children. Then I need to finish Fungi's, or I need to start Fungi's Combat Patrol. I have a lot of stuff in my painting queue. But I think I can get through all my current projects mostly by the start of winter. I feel like when it comes to hobbies, I tend to take on too much. It's not intentional. I just get very excited, and there's a lot I want to do, you know? And then we acquire a shame pile that we need to slowly work through. Which honestly is good, because I think taking this year to mostly focus on working through all the stuff we've not quite finished is going to be good for me. Also, it's going to be nice for organizing the house a bit as well. Okay, I'm going to put that to one side while that dries. So how do we want to do the next bit, chat? Yeah, no, I think we do Carabird Crimson, and then we do the other bits. So what I'm thinking is for all of these fin bits, we start them with a coat of Doomfire Magenta. It's a very bright, very high saturation thing. As you get, yeah, you get about half of it. I'm not going Nurgle green. I'm gonna go for a bright purple on these. Well, more like a very reddish purple. I'm not 100% though. There's a bit of me that wants to maybe use Magos Purple, but I don't really like Magos Purple. I feel like Magos Purple is a bit too low saturation for what we want. I think we've got to go bold. We've got to go bold. So, like, Twitch basically gives about 50%, I think. to affiliates of the subscription, but you get like an increased rate of channel points or beans on this channel. So if you want the beans, subscription is generally what you do, and then you get more redeems. That's how it works. I'm pretty sure that's how, yeah, no, that's definitely how it works. Not me not knowing how my things work. But that's such a stark contrast next to like the more greeny areas. Yeah, no, I think this was the right choice. And it definitely doesn't look too, even though it's a similar color, I think the saturation and the redness of it make it really stand out next to the wound. That's not gonna paint. Yeah, no, that's just how it works. That's how it works. That's why most streamers don't do full-time streaming. Unless they make money like by doing other things, or they become really big. That's why a lot of streamers take up sponsorship deals and whatnot and end up doing things that they may not necessarily actually want to do for content, but yeah. Not my bag. I'm glad we have this small community. I'm glad we have this little community. It would be nice if we got bigger though. I think that'd be nice if we had more people, because then we could do like really big games with chat lobbies. Like when we did Monster Hunter World and we had like 20 people at one time. It was great. That was like years ago though. But also, it's just nice seeing more people in chat, you know? I am a big fan of that. I love all of my good beans that spend their time here. I really appreciate it, you know? Okay, let's do the underside of all of this. You do like that color on the fins? Yeah, it's going to be much darker by the end, though. Like, it's going to be much darker. Well, no, it's not going to be much darker. It's going to be more purple. It's like only the outermost edges of it are going to be this color. So it'll fade as we near the as we get closer to it. As we get closer to the inside and where the little spines are, it's just going to gradually fade into like a much deeper purple. In a similar way to how you see the gradients and the blends on the body from bright turquoise to dark turquoise. We're going to go with this, do something similar to this, but in purple. God, magenta is such a nice color to work with, though. It's just so bright and vivid. I feel like it's not the most contrasty of contrast paints, though. That's my only real criticism of it. But they don't all contrast equally. No, that's the truth. But I kind of knew that getting into it, which is why my intent was always to like pair it with other colors to kind of enhance to enhance the like dynamics of the colors. I try and say things like I know what I'm talking about. I vaguely know what I'm talking about, chat. I kind of know what I'm talking about. More people in chat means more chaos. Like even the slow chat mode doesn't help. I don't know. I feel like I've not really had enough people in chat that really makes it that chaotic. But more people in chat means more VIP slots as well. But I don't know. I think it depends really. I've seen a lot of people with like really big viewerships, and it doesn't really affect like. It seems like the chats don't go that much. It's only really when I think you get to the streamers with like thousands of viewers that I think it becomes a bit of a problem. But like that's just my opinion. Because you could just see it go so fast, and it's just like, how is anyone meant to read that? But I guess that's what, if you're a YouTube streamer, super chats are for. I mean, for me, it's a win. I try my best to keep it, to read everything. Though I do know that I sometimes hyper-focus and get lost in what I'm doing because of the tism. And then I miss stuff in chat, and then I just scroll up. And I catch up. I always do my best to make sure I see everything. And if you need to get my attention, you can always just do the little bonk channel point redeem, which is fairly cheap. And that always gets my attention. I always know that if someone does a bonk redeem, I need to maybe take a look at chat. I don't know why I've chosen to start this in the middle of the whole like fin section here. I don't know what prompted me to do that, chat, but it's fine. It's all fine. Oh, you get lost with the viewers that come. But imagine double the viewers, and we all start to comment. Pure chaos, I say. Sometimes chaos is fun. You can hear seeing that Fulgrim body part. You can hear seeing that Fulgrim body as Power Snake. Well, yes. I kind of get what you mean. Wow. Hey, Plush. Have you tried Liza P yet? I hope you have fun with that. God, some of the angles we have to go into to get this model painted. Absolutely annoying. Why are you getting the magnifying glass out, Phantom? Did something catch your eye, lol? Just got home from work. Welcome home. Oh, okay. I hope you had a nice day at work. I hope you can to relax now that you're home and you have a nice evening. Yeah. Wait, what time zone is it where you are? Because I remember that a lot of people in my community actually watch from the other side of the ocean. So, yeah. Perhaps it's not evening. Perhaps it's just the afternoon. EST. Oh god. Oh wait, did you work night shift? Holy shit. I remembered night shift. That was not fun. I know EST is the one that's the most furthest away from the GMT time in America. 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Ah, so it is still afternoon there. Oof, early shifts though, that's rough. I mean, I say this, I still have to get up at 5 for work tomorrow. Wow. God, this bit's so annoying. This is the one thing I hate about Fulgrim, is that this section, this weird snaky body, because of all the because of the gaps in the model when you do assembly, it's the one bit you can't sub-assembly paint. And yet it's the one bit that would just be so much easier if you could sub-assembly paint them. Of all the bits for sub-assembly, if you could sub-assembly this bit, it would be the best, because he gets in the way of himself, you know? He gets in the way of me accessing the bits of him I want to access for the sake of, like, painting him. And it makes him a little bit of an annoying miniature to paint. I'm gonna get a smaller brush for this bit. Also doesn't help, like, his coily body is always in the light. I need to, you know, see. Wow. Ah. I am going to get in there. I'm going to get in there and do the thing. God, I hate this so much. We've got so much of this nonsense to do today as well. That's not going to drive me insane at all. Not at all, chat. You too hate Fulgrim. I don't hate Fulgrim. Fulgrim is the best and most perfect Primarch who never did anything wrong. Never. You want to know the sad truth? Much like Angron, Fulgrim didn't really get a choice in becoming Chaos. He really didn't. The whole time he was manipulated by a demon. And then, yeah. Once, when he killed Ferris and that traumatized him, the demon slipped in, and it's even said in the books about that scene on Istvan that Fulgrim ceased to be. That he stopped being himself in that moment. So it kind of makes me wonder, even if he repelled the demon, there was a part of him that in that instance was kind of killed and banished to the warp, is how I'm reading that. I wonder if that's why Clonegrim was able to, like, be basically the real Fulgrim. It kind of makes me wonder if we even have, like, Demon Fulgrim is even actually Fulgrim. It's interesting to think about, I think. Ready for the daily truck fact? Always. Always, Major. I always enjoy your daily truck facts. Ooh. Just a little overspill. Just a little overspill here. And it's fine. Truck is a machine. Lol. That is technically correct, Phantom. That is technically correct, and it is a truck fact. But it's not quite the daily truck fact that Major gives. I just realized, I feel like I've given Fulgrim the same color palette as do you all remember the starters in Pokemon Gold and Silver? I feel like I've given him the same color palette as Totodile. I've just realized that. It's a good color palette there. Like, I can't complain about it. Okay, I'm gonna finish up this bit and then I will catch up with the truck fact. I say this, I'm just assuming that it's started to be posted. And I assume that by the time I'm finished this, I will have the full thing. Coalligator. Cogitator's more like... Wait, what? Oh, luxury lake. People drift trucks, holy shit. Not just pickups, but full-size European rigs with massive torque and wild custom setups. Legendary drift truck builds. Scania P-Series drift truck built by Team Bertilsson, Sweden. This beast is a custom Scania P-cab chassis powered by Scania DC V8 pushing around 1200 to 1400 horsepower, rear-wheel drive only, and fully stripped out for weight savings. It's been seen doing smoky tandem drifts against proper drift cars. Nice. So in Warhammer, we need servitors in it. In Warhammer 40k, kind of. Servitorization is either something that they vat grow people for, or it's done as a punishment for a criminal in most cases. Or if you piss off the Adeptus Mechanicus and there's a servitorization facility nearby, they might just happen to guide you to it using servo skulls and whatnot, and then you might just happen to become a servitor, and it's just really quite tragic when it happens. Most servitors are lobotomized, but not all servitors are in fact lobotomized. Volvo FH16 drift truck modified. Some builders have taken the FH16 700 or 750 chassis, removed the trailer gear, stiffened the suspensions, and retuned the D16K for higher RPM response. While not built for tight towg on large tracks, they're surprisingly nimble, thanks to torque vectoring and custom hydraulics. Mercedes SK drift track, custom rear-only brake bias, chopped cab, and often powered by Detroit diesel 2-strokes or V8 swaps. These trucks are usually built by privateers for stunt shows. That's cool. Cogitators 40k speak for computers. Yeah, in Warhammer there's no like artificial intelligence of any kind. So like a lot of the time a human brain is used for like computing power and processing, which is why servo skulls are a thing. or why there's almost always some kind of servitor built into a piece of technology, no matter how, like, weird it is, like a fucking printer in that mission in Darktide. And it's just like a little robot guy writing on a scroll of parchment through a feed like a typewriter. Only instead of using a typewriter, Bro is actually using robot hands to actually write everything down. Man, Warhammer is so fucked. I love it though. I'm not sure if I love it in spite of the fact that the universe is as messed up as it is, or because of the fact that the universe is as messed up as it is. But, like, it always finds delightful new ways to horrify people. And I kind of have to appreciate that. Okay. Just get in there and do these last bits. Okay, I can see it from that angle. It's going to be a little bit easier to get to. I probably won't get much more than the fins and the wings done today. If I go purely by the speed I'm doing right now. Because there's a lot. There's so much to do, chat. There's so much to do on this model. So I've got... Yeah, there's still lots of fin segments to do. God. And then there's the wings, membranes themselves, which are huge. They might be a bit easier to pick out, but they are absolutely enormous. I feel so inured to 40k horror. When people wince at cherubs, I'm like, oh, but this is the same stuff. I feel like once you're into 40k and you go down that rabbit hole, you kind of get desensitized to it. Because, yeah. It is funny seeing people discover Warhammer for the first time, though. And getting freaked out by it. I think seeing people's reactions to it is just, it's quite funny. So I do think as someone who grew up with the Warhammer universe and being aware of all this stuff from when I was a kid, that does kind of make me... I don't think it was appropriate for my dad to get me involved into Warhammer as young as I did. But for me, it was just like cool books. Like Gaunt's Ghost First and Only was like one of my first... What was my first 40k novel. God, I loved Gaunt's Ghost. I can't remember which I think the last book I read in the series was when Bragg... You'll remember what happened to Bragg if you've read First and Only, right? Kuja told him to try again, right? It really was the best. Gaunt's Ghost is like... Dan Abnett is just like one of the best writers in science fiction, hands down. I need to adjust this so that I'm not constantly moving out of the camera. He invented so much of the Warhammer universe. Things like Recaf, Prometheum, like low sticks and all that stuff. Like, he invented so much of, like, the colloquialism that forms the language of Warhammer. And it's not something he was asked to do. He just did it while he was writing First and Only. Which was super cool. I can't wait to see what happens at the end of the Beckwin series. And whether or not the theories about who the Yellow King is are going to be confirmed. Because everyone's thinking it's Constantine Baldor from, like, lore tubers and stuff. And the evidence definitely seems to point that way, but Dan Abnett knows how to pull the rug out from under you when he wants to. And there's a bit of me that worries that maybe Constantine Valdor is the obvious answer. But we'll probably find out in Pandemonium. I'm kind of annoyed that Pandemonium is actually fully written and ready to go, but Games Workshop is now just waiting for the Amazon deal to start bearing fruit because they don't want to introduce people to stuff and then make them have to read this book. I mean, they don't want to have to yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I can't wait to see what they do with the Amazon show, though. I hope it's an Eisenhorn series. I'd love an Eisenhorn series. It was the best, the cool, relatable bits, yeah. Watch the Tank Specialist YouTube channel, look at God Tanks. That sounds cool. That sounds like a really cool YouTube channel. I remember seeing like a museum of weaponry take a look at like Warhammer 40k guns and like tried to figure out how they would work realistically, or any modern day equivalents that could possibly be the basis for them. That was a fun YouTube video. I can't remember too much about it though. It was years ago I watched that. God, I love these little spines. Yeah, I think magenta was definitely the way to go as like the primary color. It's like, it's not quite red, so it'll fade quite well into the burgundy. And I also think it's going to go really well with the purple armor. I could be wrong, but I feel like it's definitely going to work really, really well with the purple armor. Hey, Gear! The current piece is Fulgrim, Daemon Primarch of the Emperor's Children, the Perfect Son, Lord of the Third Legion. Okay. Okay, that's mostly that bit done. We'll need to go in at the side later. Let's finish up this side here, and then we can work it along. Lord of the Bishi. That would be Griffiths. Oh wait, well. Griffith is that Berserk character that everyone says, like, Fulgrim is just purple Griffith, right? Okay. I hope this looks as good as I hope this ends up looking as good as I think it's gonna look in my head. You know? It would be really sad if my ideas didn't work out, but I think they will. I think I've got a good eye for this whole color selection thing deep down. I don't have the confidence usually, so I'm always like poking around on like Reddit or painting Discord groups, being like, "Oh, would you help me?" But it's mostly just so I can get some confirmation bias, lol. I know that about myself, chat. I wish I had a bit more confidence in my skills. One day I'll get there, I'm sure. I think a big confidence builder has been just like approaching painting miniatures as like more like playing with color, as opposed to like trying to do a task. And it's kind of worked so far. You hate Griffiths. What did Griffiths do? Guts is very much Ferris Manus. Maybe not Guts. Maybe not. Guts had some character growth. Yeah, that's true. All Ferris Manus did was lose his head. That's about the most character progression he got. I do think magenta down to burgundy is going to be a nice fade. At least I hope it will be. I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it's going to look just fine. But guys, we shouldn't bully the Iron Hands fans. We know there's only 2 of them, and they might leave the franchise. Well, but we might give RoboDoc the bully when he gets here, if he gets here, because he is fully one half of the Iron Hands fan base. Okay. Look at this Feraligatr looking ass. For real. He does act. The more of this magenta I get on him, the more I think he looks like a Totodile evolution gone wrong. You know what I think? Fucking Feraligatr. Now that I've said it, I can't get it out of my head, chat. Oh my god, if I ever do a Seraphon army, if I ever get into Age of Sigmar and do Lizard Man, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make them all little Feraligatrs, and it'll be great. It'll look so good, chat. You know it would as well. He is a Pokemon. Just ask Tracing the Infinite, well. He is actually a Pokemon. He lives in a Pokeball. I'm loving how this magenta is turning out. Definitely gonna need a lot of work to like bring the idea I had to life, but like this is a very good base from which to like build off of, I think. Didn't Varys Manus also had the whole thing with his soldiers cut off their own hands to honor Varys Manus, which he hated? Yeah, his the Iron Hands are a little bit weird. They hate themselves because they are made of flesh, and they have this weird like body dysmorphia thing going on, where they feel like they need to become more of a machine because Varys Manus had actual metal arms. But he wasn't a machine. He just had like the weird like Necron living flesh metal thing for his hands. God, I still can't believe his name is Latin for Iron Hand. Who fucking lives is the chapter master of the Iron Hand. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Also, welcome to chat, Sunny Spring. It's lovely to see new people. I hope you have a wonderful time in our community here. What do you collect a Warhammer army? What do you like to paint? Do you paint? Or do you just like the lore and the video games? Which is equally valid, honestly. He never liked his hands and never liked being reliant on them. Yeah. Man, I thought he just didn't wear gauntlets because he liked to show off his guns. Lol. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Wow. The Iron Hand Legion was always a little bit weird. I'll be honest. Always a little bit. So I'm thinking, probably not this year, but maybe next year, I might pick up that Saturnine box and actually start an Emperor's Children Horus Heresy army. Because I can absolutely use 40k Fulgrim in Horus Heresy, right? Hey Mercury, how you doing? You're pretty. It's always lovely to see you. I hope that you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. They should have tried to dunk his head stump in the living metal soup. Maybe you would have gotten a new one. Lol, maybe. You collect Tyranids and you paint them pastel. Currently thinking either start like a Death Guard or a Chaos Knight army. Ooh. Death Guard are apparently very strong right now, but I collected Death Guard before the new Chaos Codex. I never played them. I only played the Combat Patrol with them. But they're a very fun army. I've heard they're even more fun now, but they're also a little bit OP. So they'll probably end up getting nerfed. I feel like Imperial and Chaos Knights are quite chill to collect. Because unless you get the Chaos specific Knight and War Dogs, you can kind of use the models interchangeably. I also really like the look of the Knight Ruinator. I just think it looks cool. I like its siege drill thing. I like its big flamey cannon. I think it looks very cool. More so than the Knight Abominant, which is like the weird Psycho Knight with the tentacle arms. I don't know. I just in my head, I just think the Knight Abominant doesn't really look that good because of its weapon loadout. I don't know. The weird tentacle claw does not just look nice to my eyes. Whereas I like the siege drill. The siege drill looks cool as hell. Hey. I didn't say anything about tentacles. I just don't like the Knight Abominant tentacles. Lol.
Do you hear the voices too?
Sunny Spring 11 just followed.
Thank you for the follow. You like the Knight Tyrant? Isn't that the Knight Castellan? I really like the Knight Castellan. Like, the Dominus frame is my favorite. I've got one in the cupboard. I need to finish painting it. Every time I tried to use my airbrush to, like, do the color, I just, on the armor plating, I just wasn't happy. So I'm gonna redo it at some point. I think chat wanted it to be like this Cthulhu sea green kind of color. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it just has one of those weird sounding names. Or weird, hard to pronounce names because it's like got some Latin chemical name or something. I've got it here. Phthalo-cyanine green blue. That's what chat wanted me to paint it in, which is nice because then I'd just do gold trim on it or brass trim. I'd probably look really good. So I just need to like strip it down and repaint the armor plating and then do final assembly and it's basically good to go. Because we did a lot of progress. There's not enough left to do on it to justify me actually streaming that whole process. So I'll just do it off stream at some point. I don't know how I want to base it though. A very big model. I feel like I can't just do like a plain base on it. Like with Fulgrim, I'm going to give him like this really cool water base is what I'm thinking. With like little chunks of rock that I'm going to like paint up to look like glacier ice shards. But the problem with that whole thing is that it's not something I can do on stream because I have to use like Vallejo diorama effects like still water and transparent water, and these things take like hours to dry. So it's like I have to do one layer, then like leave it to dry, then an hour later come and do the next layer, and it's one of those kinds of things I have to do when I'm like I'll do a coat overnight and then do another coat in the morning. And then, like, do another coat when I come back from work. So that's going to be what I'm going to be doing this week as soon as I get up in the morning. If I'm able to finish Fulgrim. I kind of do want to finish Fulgrim tonight if I can. But, like, I don't think I can. I think there's just too much model left to work on. If that makes sense.
Look out! Here they come!
Oh, Galloway God. Paints just traded with 18 viewers.
Hey! Welcome, Galloway. How was your stream? What were you up to? Drop the brush, give me treats. You're not one of my cats. We have a redeem for that, and I'll give them treats, lol. But how you doing? Also, you're getting a treat right here. We're painting Fulgrim right now. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Can we get a shout out for Gallo, please? Oh, I guess I'll do it. What? Do I? Have my mods gone all AFK? They might have. I'm having a great time. Had a very chill day. I cooked a very nice curry right before stream. And now we are continuing to progress on Fulgrim. Very big fan. What were you working on today? I will give you a follow as well. Thank you. We're still doing like the base layers on the fins. Last week we did all of the turquoise skin. So this week we're going to do the same kind of thing to all the fins and the spines and the wings, and maybe we'll be able to do the armor, but I'm not 100% sure. There's a lot to do. Like,
do you hear the voices too?
But I'm quite happy with our progress.
They're just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our community. Oh, you use a thing to paint them? Airbrushes. I just got mine online because, like, but I don't like using airbrushes, chat. Like, I gotta say, using airbrushes is a pain.
Do you hear the voices too?
Galloway Paints just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow. Fulgrim is an awesome scheme. You've been doing Asaman. Ooh, Asaman's a great model. I don't collect Eldar, but like they've had a fantastic range update lately. So I wanted to go for... It's not going to stay this bright on the fins. It's going to fade into a really dark... Well, maybe not really dark, but the spines will fade into a really dark purple. But, like, the rest will be, like, just a very kind of nice burgundy color. Need to switch to a smaller brush for this, otherwise I'm going to make a mess. Just these bits of fin under the armor. I wish that it was possible to paint this miniature in even more sub-assemblies, if I want to be real with you all, chat. It's just a little bit of a pain. Just how many little details and shapes there are on the model. I try my best to keep things simple, but this model doesn't really let you do that. Very intimidating to paint, honestly. And the more you think you've done of him, the more you find, oh yeah, no, there's even more. He's like incredibly big. He's bigger than the Knight Dominus I built recently. You just noticed that. Is that a cat cam? Yes, it is a cat cam. Say hello to Evie. The Evie. Hi. I will not apologize for waking up the cat. If you all want, there is a cat. There is a give the cat those a treat redeem. You can do that. I think like usually twice during the stream, because I don't want to overfeed the cats. But it's there if people want to give them treats. I don't like. I have treats in the house, but I try not to give them treats because unless they like deserve it or are being really cute, then I'll give them treats. But usually I just let chat do it because like I know you all want to treat the cats. There is another cat, but she's not in the room right now. Oh, hey Atticus, thank you. You're a sweet bean. We demand a Simba cam, lol. Galloway, you now, the people have spoken. You must now get a little webcam for your cats. They demand attention.
Do you hear the voices too?
The Daily Rose just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our community. Wow. But I just realized I'm just showing full cake on Fulgrim this stream. But it's where all the spines are.
Do you hear the voices
It's just
too?
where all the
Anzo
spines
Guy
are.
just followed.
Oh god, I need to do redeems. Thank you so much for the follow. Wow. I'm gonna put this little bean. Yeah. Wow. Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing, chat? I want to wet my brush. I don't know that I need to. I just feel like I feel like I should. I feel like sometimes, you know, you just want to refresh the paint on your brush, even though there's still lots of paint on there. Or at least I do. Maybe I'm weird. Perhaps. So I used to do redeem to give treats on stream. It's a good redeem to have. It's a good redeem. There are two cats, but Evie's the one that likes to just lounge around when we stream. She likes to just chill. Whereas the other one, Haru, is just a little bit all over the place. I've been bonked. Why? What did I do? Did I miss something? Oh shit, I have missed a redeem. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Let's not knock over the camera. Okay. I will go get the cat treats. I'm gonna put my monster can over there. No, stay here. Oh god, hi Haru. Haru is trying to invade. No. Okay. Haru, you don't even like these treats. Wow. See, this is just like dehydrated chicken chunks. And Evie loves them, but Haru does not. It's like she sniffs them and then she's just like, no. Okay. Evie. Go back into your comfy thing and I'll leave you the treats. There. Hi, Haru. There is now a second cat. A second cat has hit the stream. Wow. Sorry, you like to see what things do. That's understandable. Usually people do the bonk redeem when I cats, go back in the comfy spot. I don't have any more treats for you. Look at her. There's nothing in my hand and she's just like sniffing it. Like desperate for treats. Get back in. Go chill. There's nothing more for you, creature. Ah. This is the one problem. You really did pop in with the chaos? Nah, it's fine. We have to have a little chaos on stream, otherwise is it really a stream? Oh, we haven't had any scuff yet, which is good. I think Evie is now in paranoia mode, trying to find all of the treats. What kind of plush shall we make you? We have a selection. I am thinking. Chimkin. Into the plush pile you go. We have a selection of plushies. So whenever someone does it, I try and like just pick a new one until we have them all. They're like Pokemon, chat. You have to catch them all. Okay. Continue the Fulgrim. Oh god. Where's my dry brush there? And when I say dry brush, I mean it's just a brush that a brush that's dry. A brush that is dry. But yeah, for the colors of Fulgrim, I wanted to really lean into what the designer's commentary on the model said about how they wanted to move away from like a reptilian snake and more into like notions of the divine, like the Leviathan from myth. And I thought, you know what? That's really cool. Let's do a color scheme that kind of does it. So I thought we'd do some metallic iridescent like fish style scales. So they're very green and blue. And then I wanted to like, I saw the art, the official art of Fulgrim rather than the box art of the model. And I was like, you know what? We can make this work by leaning into that as well. So we ended up going for a very like blue color palette. I think it works quite well. But of course we have to have some purples and pinks on him. So we'll be doing the armor in the classic Emperor's Children purple, but like a metallic kind of twist on it. Like the models you might see in the background. Those guys there, next to my Kit Bash Demon Princes. It's gonna be really cool. I'm very excited to see what he's gonna be like when he's actually finished. But it's gonna be a long time. I think I'll be lucky if I'm able to finish off all the bits I've started today on stream. Because alas, I have to work in the morning. So I can't stay up super late. I also have a problem, chat, is that when I do paint streams, I usually end up staying up until like 1 or 2 a.m. painting because I got the tism, and I sometimes forget that time is a thing when I'm working on stuff I get really into. And yeah, I mean it's great for my progress on doing projects and stuff, but not so great when I have to just survive on 2 hours sleep and coffee for a 10-hour shift. But you know, we live and learn, or don't in this case. Where in the world am I? Oh, I'm in the UK. So it's not super late here. It's only like, what, 9 o'clock? So I'll be going till about midnight. I usually go till about midnight on my streams. I could have started earlier, but like I was also doing some recordings for Caiaphas Cain lore video on YouTube. Because I have just started reading those books in the past couple of months. And it's been great. It's been great. I love Caiaphas Cain. I love Sandy Mitchell's writing. She does she's funny. She's really funny. You're excited for those readings. I'm excited for those readings. Once we're about halfway to, once we have 10 chapters fully recorded, I'll put an announcement up in Discord about the new channel for it. And there'll be a new like bot thing that I'll just put them straight onto the Discord. And then when we've done that, we'll be doing some more Emperor's Children lore, because I love my Emperor's Children. I love them. They are my boys. And they are the most perfect of Astartes. I will not be accepting any debates on that. It's just how it is, and you'll have to make your peace with it. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you're technically in the same time zone. Thank you so much, Galloway, for trusting me with your community. I'll do my best to take good care of them. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day at work. I know some people from South Africa. Mostly streamer friends. Which is sad, because I know Sulky Cats was in the UK last year, and I know they wanted to meet up. And I couldn't make the time for it, and I felt really bad. But there'll be another time, I'm sure. Sulky is a lovely being and a wonderful friend. Okay. There's still bits. This is part of the problem with Fulgrim. He's such a big model. Very easy to miss things. It's very easy to miss things. But he's such a cool model. There's so much love gone into this sculpt. Like, there's so many cool bits on him, and I can't help but feel impressed with the work that they've done. And he's just really fun to paint, honestly. He's a bit nightmarish and very intimidating and scary. But that doesn't make him an any less fun project, in my opinion. hey, Deadfire. Here or there. Surprisingly, you don't follow many local folks. You work on US time, so you're often awake at times where other people are asleep. Oh, that does make sense, actually. Yeah. How come you work at US times? Is it like remote working and your company's in the US? That makes sense. I don't know too many people that do that kind of thing. Well, that's crazy. There's a bit of me that's sad that I never really get to stay up late and hang out with my American friends. Like every now and then we'll have a collab where it's just like one of us stays up at till shit o'clock at night or has to get up at silly o'clock in the morning. And yeah, it's rough. It's always rough for one of us. But usually I try and schedule it on a day I can stay off, and then I just stay up late because I don't have where I won't have work the next day. It works. It's hard, but it works. One thing I'm really grateful for is how many people like Twitch kind of connects you with, whether intentionally or not. It's nice to make so many friends, you know, all over the world. If it wasn't for these guys in my community, I probably wouldn't be painting miniatures again. Like, it was a hobby I'd kind of like passed up when I was a teenager because like I just didn't have the time or the money to keep buying models. And then I started streaming, and then I was just like, you know what, let's do something a bit different. Did a miniature painting stream, and then y'all just kept giving me really nice encouragement, and it was good. I still don't think my first Sisters of Battle units are that good. But for the first time I'd painted in years, I think they came out okay, you know? You do marketing for a publishing company. Oh god. I'm assuming you can't talk too much about it because like NDAs and whatnot. What kind of publishing company though? Is it like books or is it music? Or is it like cinema stuff? That's cool though. Sometimes, chat, you just have to finger paint. Sometimes it's the only way to get things to work in a certain way while the paint is wet. And if you let it dry, you miss your window. Okay. Wait, what? Oh. Paranormal romance specifically. Oh god. That's kind of cool. Paranormal romance. What would that even be like? I've never heard of that as a genre. Wait, is it a genre or a franchise? How do you find it? Is it fun? I hope so. That sounds very specific. How would you pitch it? Lol. Wait, no, that sounds wrong. I feel like I'm making you do work. Wow. Demon lovers, heresy. I mean, that sounds right up this community's alley, let's be honest. Let's be honest here, chat. I know what you guys are like. There's too much paint on this brush. Wolf shifters and vampires. And oh god, hang on. I think I've seen some Facebook ads about stuff like this. Are you responsible for all those Facebook ads, lol? So your void bean sees your void bean and is reacting to them. Oh, that's so cute! That's so cute. I love that. Okay, I need... Since we've got a clean...
Look out! Here they come!
Oh!
The Terminus Live just raided with 2 viewers.
Tom! How you doing? Lovely to see you again. How was your stream? Thank you, Metal. What were you up to? Were you hanging out? Dota 2. Oh, I'm so sorry. You have my condolences, Tam. But then again, I understand many people are masochists and into the whole MOBA thing. You were testing new... Oh yes, you got a new PC! I completely forgot. How are you finding it? Is it a good time? I bet it's a good time. The books are far too... Though our books are far too heterosexual for your liking. But our COO has promised me an LGBT... Ah, that's delightful. Progress. We appreciate progress. Even if it's slow, any progress is still progress. Okay, this might be a lot darker than I thought it would be. Let's, Oh, fuck, that's why it's a lot darker. Oh, that's the wrong paint. That's the wrong paint. Oh, God. Oh, no, I've made a mistake. I've made a terrible mistake. I thought it was Carabag Crimson. It was Sigvald Burgundy. No. I mean, it's not what we wanted, but it's still not a bad, It's still not bad. We can salvage this. Bugger. This is why you don't put multiple paints you plan on using next to each other, chat. Don't do a goof like me. Where is my Carabao Crimson? I was searching for it earlier. Found it right at the start of the... There it is. Right next. I'm annoyed with myself. I'm very annoyed with myself. Wow. They changed the armor passive of the Ceremony Warbond. Really? What does it do now? You can't convince me to stop painting and play Helldivers. Maybe if I somehow finish this model and then we have time after before I have to go to bed. Maybe I could be convinced. So we are just using a wet brush to clean up as much as the Sigvald Burgundy as we can while it's still wet. We're basically getting the kind of tone we wanted to, just by accident, lol. Helldivers is broken for you. It crashes your audio driver for some reason. Oh, God. Rip term. Your shiny new PC has betrayed you. $15.90 devours games. Oh, wait, they did new... Wait, there's already a 5090? I thought we just got the 14... I thought we just got the 4080 series not that long ago. Bruh. I mean, here's me still using my my 3080 because, you know, it's good and it runs everything. Though it can't run as many things on high as it on high and ultra as it used to. It's still a good graphics card. It does the work I need it to. Okay, just gonna get the Carabao Crimson on here. Good paint Carabao Crimson. Honestly, it's one of my favorite shades. That's such a weird thing. I've never heard of Helldivers crashing. That's a very specific issue to have. Very specific. You have sent me a thing, Tom. I see it. I see it. Let me just finish this and I will take a look. I will take a look. Drain away some of that excess. I'd say that's looking like a pretty decent open wound now. What do you think, chat? Hang on, this is out of focus. I'd say that's looking like a pretty decent open wound. I will probably do some highlights on it. Probably. But I don't think that's terrible. I don't think that's a terrible start. I'm going to put that there, and then we'll do the same on the wings. And when the wings are done, we'll start doing the membrane in the same kind of magenta that we did the fins. I see you've sent a DM. It's on your Bluetooth mode, only in Swanky. Oh. That's why I wanted to play Darktide. Darktide never crashes. I love Darktide, chat. I love Darktide. I've never had that issue, though. Everyone else, I know a lot of people have had issues with Darktide crashing. But for some reason, I've never had the main technical issues people say. Ooh, shit, that's some really nice merch, Metal. Sorry, I just had a look. Those are some nice tops. I like some of them. Oh god, that's such a massive PC. It's so shiny. That's cool. That's cool as hell. You have so many fans. Oh my god. And surprisingly quiet as well. At least you're crashing in the Morning Star and not on, like, the middle of a mission, right? It could be worse. It could always be worse. It can always be worse, Phantom. I keep feeling like there's a cat, like, scratching the back of my chair for attention. And every time I turn around, she's not there. But then I feel like every immediately after, like, I can, like, hear the sensation, the cat scratching the chair. And I'm just like, what are you doing, little creature? What are you sneaking for? What diabolical scheme are you planning, creature? Yeah, I'll definitely need to do some highlights up here. Yeah. Definitely do some highlights. Just a simple, like, pinkish flesh tone will probably do the trick. I don't know why these bits are so much darker than the wound on the body. Because they've been primed in the same way. Paint is strange sometimes, chat. I mostly think I understand it. But then sometimes it just behaves in ways that don't make sense. And I'm like, why paint? Why would you do this? How goes using Shizo? Shizo? What is it? Schizo. I'm not going schizo. I think, probably. I'd hope I'm not. You just need one highlight in base. I think a highlight on those. I'm really excited to see how the what my plans for the final plans for these wing membranes is going to be. This is actually quite terrifying to work on, chat, because I have no idea how I'm supposed to hold on to the wing membrane when it's like this. I know some people use like blue tack and stuff, but I don't like doing that for some reason. It'll be fine as long as I spread it out really well. It should work out quite well. Hopefully it'll dry fast enough. You know, if I just put this on the table, I can just put it on the table and work on it like that, chat. Just need to adjust the focus, and it'll be fine. I don't have to worry about holding it at all. We're just going to spread this contrast paint around, and it should give us a nice initial layer. I'm so excited for the Adeptus RBT's Enforcer. Though I'm kind of curious as to how their lore is going to fit in, how their intro is going to fit in, because they aren't like the other rejects. They're not like, at least they're not meant to be like the other rejects, I don't think. I'm not sure. From the trailer, it makes it seem like they are not, they're not the same as the other rejects, and they might have a different story introduction, which would be kind of cool. I wonder how many personality types they might have in their voice with their voice actors. I hope they have as many as the rest. It would just seem really weird if it's like a DLC and it's not, but I suppose we'll find out in a couple of weeks. I am very excited either way. This is a new way to play Darktide. Hi, Punk.
What's up, chat?
What's up?
Ooh, Fulgrim wings.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oi.
Wait. I
Gay.
can't believe I fell asleep again.
I saw you fall asleep again.
Yeah. I think I'm...
Oh, what? Wait, you say you're sick and then you come in and kiss me? Bruh! Bruh, out here like...
Not contagious sick, like my med's sick.
Oh, okay. Wow. I believe in you.
Hi,
Is
little...
there anything you need? Do you want me to... Do you want to...
can I steal some meds? Oh, maybe I'll just get this.
I mean, I haven't cracked this one open yet. So, like, if you want to just crack open an Aussie... a Mango Loco, then just give me that when you're done with that. She's already had treats. Haru hasn't had treats though, because Haru rejected the treat that was offered. He just came in, like, tried to steal the treats, and then was just looked at what the treats were and was just like, no, I don't want this.
Choosing beggar.
Literally, that's what Haru is. She's the choosiest beggar in the world.
The chin scritchy. Hello.
It's because Haru's a fucking diva. I love her.
Yeah.
I love her. In fact, part of the reason why I love her is that she's such a fucking diva. But, like, sometimes I'm just like, bitch, we got you this. Fucking eat it. It's a treat.
Okay. Not eat anything.
Okay. Okay, anyway. Am I using the what?
Ring light.
Oh, no, you can use the ring light if you want.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Okay. It's probably plugged in.
Oh, I'll try to find some.
No, no, it's probably plugged into the thing down there. You can.
Yeah, but like somebody wrapped it around the
Oh, ping. Look, it's fine.
It's alright.
It's fine. It's fine. I will figure this out. Look, see?
That was not simple. And
What? Okay. Okay. Onwards. Okay. We're gonna get this mostly done today. I think. Okay. That's that section. That one. God, these panels are so big, chat. I don't. It's a lot. This model is just a lot. In a lot of different ways. There's so much to do on him. So much. I don't know why I'm putting him on top of brushes. Anyway, let's just keep going. There's so much to do. So, in Dark Tide, do you think we're going to get anything else other than the Cyber Mastiff? Do you think we'll get an extra, other pets to pick from? I'm also very curious about how they're going to do, because they said they were going to do a rework to some of the other classes as well. So I'm curious as to what that's going to be like. I wonder if the Cyber Mastiff is going to be optional, and that there will be a build that lets you not have it. I'm just curious, because I don't want to have to micromanage the Cyber Mastiff. Because I don't think doing that in a first-person shooter makes any sense. Probably the dog is Blitz. Yeah, I can see that. That would work quite well, I think. Like Sienna and Skeletons. Oh, I haven't played Vermintide in forever. I forgot there was like a Necromancer DLC you could get for her. I feel like this magenta is different enough from the open wound on the pink on the open wound. Even though they're both kind of pink tones, it won't matter. Especially when we start to darken it with the burgundy and then the purple. I don't know why I'm painting away from myself. Never paint away from yourself. You should always paint towards you because it's just easier to control that way. Okay. Spread out over this panel. I should really dip into Vermintide a bit. I don't know if there's been any more story Has there been any more story updates? I knew the last time I played Vermintide, the end game was kind of just like this kind of like endless kind of mode with like procedurally generated stuff. There was a new map campaign. Oh shit! Okay. Maybe it'd be worth checking out Vermintide again. Maybe I should poke Fat Shock Catfish to let me know if there's any cool Vermintide stuff. That would be nice. Well, that reminds me, I need to send them the finished model of my zealot eventually. I need to actually finish that model. It's like it's almost there. Not quite where it needs to be yet, though. God, I love these wings. They look amazing. Like, the sculpt is fantastic. There's just so much on them. I do feel like you have to be very careful and methodical with the wings, though. Otherwise, they just look a little bit patchy. But that could just be because I'm using contrast paints, and contrast paints have a tendency sometimes look a little bit patchy if you're not careful. But there's nothing a second coat won't solve. Okay. This is going to be a difficult area to do. Not because the area itself is difficult, but rather because of all the wet stuff. You're going Saltspire, he's your main. The texture on the wing is... Yeah, like the sculptors have done a fantastic job on this. I really liked Sienna. I played a little bit of the elf lady. She seemed kind of cool. But I was a Sienna main. I don't even remember what I've got. I haven't played Vermintide in years, so there's probably a lot of catching up I'd need to do. Probably quite a lot. But we could do a Vermintide with chat game session. I'd have Twitch mode on though, so like chat could mess with the game if they wanted. Cause that's just how I roll, lol. I mean, I say that like I'm not going to suffer immensely for it, but like, let's chat, have a bit of extra fun. Why not work on the other wing while it dries? You know, here or there, that's incredibly sensible. That's incredibly sensible, but I've already committed to this. So once I finish this wing panel, I will take you up on that excellent idea. Lol. And I am not as smart as I would like to be sometimes. I think I will crack open that monster in a little bit. I just feel like I could do with the caffeine, you know? Okay, let's move on to the other side. Like a smart person who has good ideas. Lol. Ah! Why am I like this, chat? God, that does look good though. I'm like the contrast with the turquoise is just fantastic. Though I will admit, I'm not entirely certain how I want to shade them. I'm not entirely certain how I want to shade it. I mean, I know what color I want to shade it, but I'm not entirely sure how I want to go about the whole shading, like, process. I think I'm going to do the whole wet blend thing like I did with the body. With a lot of finger smudging while it's still wet. Nice and easy, very simple. And just like on maybe the recesses, like the bits where it's closer to the things, maybe just a very small amount. And then like, yeah, I think I know what I'm going to do. I think on the top side, the side we're looking at now, I think I know how I'm going to shade that. And then for the other side, what I'll do is I'll just do the inverse. Maybe. It's a cool model. It's the biggest model I've ever painted. And it's certainly the most detailed as well. Like there were times when I on my first painting session when I was looking at it and I was just like, how the hell are you meant to paint this? There's so much going on, and on the box art paint scheme as well, there's so many colors, and it's just like you just have to throw caution to the wind and have a go, I think. Get an idea and just hammer the colors down as quickly as you can. Well, maybe not as quickly as you can, but when you have the idea about how you want to do things. He's definitely going to stand out because no one else in my Emperor's Children army has these colors. I might give someone this same magenta as a cloak, maybe. I think that might look nice. It'll probably be another painting session before it's fully ready to go. It's a shame because I wanted to enter this into a painting competition, which deadline is literally in a couple of days. I mean, I guess I could do more painting on it tomorrow instead of GTA. That could be fun. If I'm quite tired after work tomorrow, yeah, I might just do a painting session instead. Okay, let's do the next wing panel. You're painting the biggest mini you've ever attempted at the moment, too. Ooh, that's cool. It's a Persephone diorama with Cerberus. Oh, that's cool as well. Also doing for a painting competition at our Comic-Con in August. That's amazing. I hope you, if you feel like joining Discord, we have a wonderful, like, we have a lot of people that do painting, and it'd be nice to see some of your stuff. Yeah. It'd be cool. I would like to see. You gonna try Lies of P later, Plush? It's a good game. I hope you have fun with that. It's very challenging if you're if I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's definitely not as hard as Sekiro or Bloodborne, but it's I'd say it's a little bit more challenging than Elden Ring. I'm doing New Game Plus now, and New Game Plus is significantly harder. Significantly harder than the base game. But I mean, it is New Game Plus. Dark Souls Elden Ring's New Game Plus was kind of easy by comparison. Lies of Pingu. Lol. There's surely a mod that turns Pinocchio into Pingu. That would be funny. I would play that mod, chat. If it exists. If it exists, I would play that mod. Okay. Okay. What's Mortal Shell? Those types of games are quite difficult for me. Said you try. Well, I've never heard of Mortal Shell. It's technically your first Souls like Code Vein doesn't count. Lol. Hey Fungi, how you doing? I do still think Elden Ring is the best Souls like though, just in terms of like the storytelling, all of the options you can do, just the depth of the story, and just how much there is in the world. It's a cool time. I can't wait to see what Night Rain is like, chat. I'm very excited to see that game play out.
Look out! Here they
Oh
come!
god!
Icon_Alpha just raided with 7
You
viewers.
fell asleep. Only you just woke up. Welcome, Icon. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for sharing your community with us. How you doing? What were you playing? What's Supervive? I've never heard of that game. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I'm Tiger. I love Warhammer. We're painting Fulgrim, Daemon Primarch of the Emperor's Children. He's a big boy. I don't know how else to describe him. I mean, look at the size of this lad. Look at the size of his cake. He's just all cake. Like he's massive. He's absolutely gigantic, and I don't know how to handle him sometimes. But how you doing? Did you have fun? Mortal Shell is a Souls like you can swap out your playable character like Warframe, different shells with different. Oh, that sounds cool. You've been keeping track of Fulgrim progress? Hell yeah. He's a very cool model. What's the game like? I've never heard of it before. Is it like you are supervising people so that they survive? Well, it's like being a manager at work. No, I've done that before. I don't want to do it again. I get too frustrated by teammates and colleagues who I have to be respectful to, but really don't want to because they're really dumb. Supervise is a fun mix of Battle Royale and MOBA. Oh, that sounds cool. I haven't played a MOBA since Heroes of the Storm ages ago, and I stopped playing because it brought out this hyper competitive aspect of me, and I don't like that side of me. I get very angry very easily, and I'm like, no. I get very angry very easily when I get competitive, and I don't like that bit of me, and I'm just like, no. We must refrain from the MOBA style games and become chill. Be zen. Be comf. So that we can all relax and be chill. Hopefully we'll make significant progress on Fulgrim today. And then my plan is to basically get it today to the point where I only have to worry about doing the armor at the end, and then maybe some OSL on the eyes, because we make the helmet eye lenses really glowy. If I can get it to that stage, then that would be wonderful, please. And if I can do any more tonight, then that would be fantastic as well. But just getting the base layers down is proving tougher than I'd like, just due to the sheer scale of this miniature. Okay, what's next? Oh, I almost knocked something over. Okay, we've got 2 more wing panels. And then we get to floop this whole the wings over and do it all again on the other side. Love that. There are some areas where I think it's a little bit patchy. I'm just going to quickly go over again. Okay. Well, at least this bit's these 2 patches on the inside of the wings are quite small. That'll be easy enough to do. Okay. 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 We've got 1 other wing panel, and then we get to floop it over and then do it all again. The last thing I'm going to do on these is the bottom edge of everything, just because like it's just nice to hold it from that side, and I obviously can't do that if the section is wet. But at the very least, it'll hopefully be basically. I don't know quite how deep I'm gonna want to go on the wings. I do like this being the primary color though. I'm gonna push it into something a bit darker. A bit darker. Whip away some of that excess. Just a little bit of excess where I don't want it. Kind of hard to wipe away as well. It's like in between all the creases in the wings. But you know, that'll be fine. I don't think that looks bad. Just slightly tinted a little bit purple. But that's fine because we're gonna be doing more of that soon enough as is. Okay. Now let's do it all over again, chat. Because doing it once was clearly not enough. At least I can kind of just leave it on the table like this though. That is a benefit of doing this side. And then I think to myself, why didn't I do it this way first? This would have made so much more sense. But that would require me to be a smart person. And while I can be clever, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm smart. It's like the whole intelligence versus wisdom fucking debate in in Dungeons and Dragons. They are not the same stat. They have different governances. And my wisdom score is very low. If chat is to be believed. And again, chat just bases that on my actions, lol. I am very excited to see how he's going to come together, though. Okay. Just a little bit. Okay. 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 God, I love these wings. They look so cool, chat. Like, every time I really look at this miniature, I'm just like, they did such a good job, and I'm just kind of, it's just really nice. Like, it truly is excessive in just the scope. I do wish he had better rules in the tabletop, but those will probably change eventually. I don't want him to be like an auto-include unit, just one that like is actually going to be like not feel that bad to just put on the tabletop because you know he's just going to die and not necessarily do as much as you want him to. And I'm slightly averse to putting him into 1,000-point games at the local like casual place because he's just a big like bully unit that there's not going to be much that can really deal with at that kind of points level. Come on, little wing membrane. Be filled. Just gonna move some of the pigment paint that's just built up a bit too much on the other moon membrane and move it over here. You have no knowledge of Warhammer. You got into mini painting from the D&D side. You know, that's fair. I grew up with Warhammer. D&D is great though. I never really had D&D minis though, because mostly my D&D experience is playing online on Roll20. Sometimes with really random people who yeah. So how did you get into D&D then? Were you just like, and how did you get from D&D to painting? Did you just like decide you wanted to paint up the minis that your party was using? That's pretty cool if so. You grew up with D&D. Your bestie and I know each other because our parents played D&D. Ah, that's cool. It was my dad who played Warhammer in the 80s and got me into it in the 90s when I was a kid. It's nice how like tabletop games communities like tend to have these similar parallels. I guess ultimately it's all the same thing. It's like having fun with like artsy stuff and math rocks, right? I do love D&D though. I don't play nearly enough D&D, sadly. Because time is always a bit of a pain. And scheduling. Started playing D&D yourself online during COVID. And you know how it is when you have a touch of the tism. And it becomes a total... Yeah, I get you. I get you. You just kind of forget the world around you and just kind of like end up being absorbed by the thing that you're currently interested in. And then there'll be a time where maybe it fades for a bit. But you almost always end up... Oh, fuck. Oh, I knocked something over. Oh, bugger. Ah! That could have been worse. That could have been worse. Don't judge me. I know I need to clean. I know I need to vacuum around here. Wow. That could have been way worse. Oh, crap. That could have been worse. That could have been worse. That could have been way worse. You'll pretend. Don't at me. Don't at me. Wow. That could have been way worse. But where's the camera gone? It could have been so much worse, chat. Anyway, let me just finish tidying that up. Fortunately, there wasn't too much of a spill. I had some instructions that absorbed a bit of a liquid spill from my airbrush cleaner. I really should empty that at some point, actually, now that I think about it. I knocked over some paint. Fortunately, everything was closed. And also some mediums, but everything was closed. I really do need to tidy up this area though. It's just like stuff I'm working on just kind of lives in this workstation and I'm just like, wow, I'm working on it. I am literally working on it. Okay, I feel like I need to adjust the camera focus again. You can't do a cat cam. Biscuit would try to eat it. Lol. I mean, that sounds like a great reason to have a cat cam, let's be honest. That sounds hilarious. But I understand any aversion to it, because cameras can be kind of expensive. Big bat. It's not a bat. It's a snake. These are just his wings. Lol. Also, hi Ray. How you doing? Lovely to see you as always. It's not a bat. It's a danger noodle. Look, there are his legs, kind of. It's not a bat. I will get you your bean. Being acquired. Fight me on top of Outer Heaven. What's Outer Heaven? I feel like this is a Metal Gear reference, but I can't remember. I can't remember for certain. Is it a Metal Gear reference? It sounds like a Metal Gear reference. It is Fulgrim. It is the Fulgrim. The Fulgrim. Daemon Primarch of Slanesh. And the Emperor's Children. We're making decent progress, I think. Still lots to do, Shin. Also, hi, Shin. Can we get a shout out for Shin, please? From 4. I never played Metal Gear 4. I only played, I played Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 and Rising Revengeance. Those are the only Metal Gears I've played. How you doing, Shin? Lovely to see you again. Metal, can we get a shout out for Shin Skull, please? Have you been working on anything cool? Oh, thank you, Metal. We got lots of progress to do on Fulgrim, though. We're trying to get all the wings and fins and little spines and claw bits all done today. You know, it's gonna be a while before it's finished, though. So we're just laying down some base contrasts for now. And then we'll be doing some tints and highlights and shades and all that stuff later. I have a plan. And if we can get it all finished and have time left over, we might get started on making sure all the metal work is a way that we want it to be. But we never can quite tell if it's going to turn out that way. Also, we're about halfway through our painting, the planned time we've got for painting, so I don't know what that says really. We've mostly done the wounds on the thing. We just need to highlight those, which won't take very long because there's not much to them. So I'm going to leave that till after we've done the first shade tint on the fins and the wing membranes. Which will also be the first base tint on all the spines. On like the fins and the wings. Also, Tiger, did you hear about the new class for Darktide? I did hear about the new class for Darktide. I'm very excited to try out the Arbite. RBT. How do you say that? Arbite or RBT? Arbite. Adeptus Arbite. It's Arbiter, isn't it? So, yeah. I'm very excited. Also, we get companion dog. And also, just casually drop my brush. Arbiter. Yes. But from the trailer, it makes it seem like he's going to have a different backstory to everyone else, which I'm very curious about how they're going to integrate. He's either going to be the same, and then it doesn't make sense for him to be an Arbite, or it's going to be a new introductory sequence for Darktide and getting them into the party. I'm very curious about the customization and the weapon set. There are some weapons that I know he's going to have that I already love. I'm absolutely certain he's going to have the Shock Maul, my favorite melee weapon. He's also definitely going to have the shotgun, because it just wouldn't be iconic if he didn't have the access to those two weapons, right? And he should definitely have some kind of riot shield kind of thing. But I don't know if they'd do that, because that's a very Ogren kind of weapon. But it's very iconic for an Arbiter to have a... Like, in fact, even they're on the tabletop. They should probably get, like, a tank build. I think they'll have a tank build, a crowd control build, and... Like, I guess there'll be a gun build. Maybe there'll be a pet build, where you get lots of focus on the Cyber Mastiff. I can't wait to see. I don't know anything. I can only speculate. But I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see it. So do expect when Darktide has new content to drop some games with chat for that. I really can't wait to see it. I'm just full of hype, you know? Also, I called that this was going to be one of the first new classes in the game. Years back, I was like, this is the only thing that makes sense for them to... This is the thing that makes the most sense, and there's the most, like, basis for it to be in lore in the setting. And it wouldn't be hard to do, like an enforcer kind of class, and then they came up with the Arbiter, and it's just, yes.
Do you hear the voices too?
Adeptus_Drunken News just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our community here. Sorry, I just had a random ramble about Darktide again. Fucking love Darktide. Makes sense. Sisters are too OP with the power armor on regular. Yes, I agree. Like diabetes. Arbites. Lol. Yes, PSX. Arbites. Be careful. Lol. He's going to be the most Judge Dredd experience ever. I can't wait. He's going to be so cool. He's gonna be so cool.
Yes!
I'm gonna like.
Apathetic_Twitch just subscribed with Prime. Cake
Thank
will
you.
be blessed with slunch.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Slanesh be praised. Well, I appreciate you. I hope you have having a wonderful day. It's always lovely to see you, Apathetic. And yes, would you like to see the cake, chat? Would you like a cake shot? Enjoy the cake. We will be painting that more soon. We only have one more panel to do here. Ah. Still, I might make more progress on this than I realize, because once this is done, this is literally the hardest bit about this whole section of painting that we're doing, because it's the biggest bit, and we're not gonna have to do too much. Actually, no, that's a lie. We're gonna dry brush it to get some highlights, some easy highlights in. We're gonna tint it, of course. Make it a bit more purple, and then we're going to wash it once the highlights are down. Nice unifying wash with some thinned down Druchii Violet. An airbrush coming, hell yeah. You'd love to... AL. My cake is fantastic. It's forged by squatting 120 kilograms, lol. And that's probably more than most people in chat weigh. Caught in 40k. You can already see thigh. Fulgrim thigh. Merry Cakemas, everyone. That's what I need to... That's what I should call every stream I paint Fulgrim, is just Merry Cakemas. It wouldn't even be inaccurate. It would just be like... It would just be what's on the screen. Okay, one final panel, chat. One final panel. Okay. Nearly done with this wing panel. And then we can move back to the main body. And get the burgundy on the go. Oh god. That's overlapped a bit more than I would have liked. That's kind of annoying. A little bit annoying. Oh well. Too late now. I will try and correct that at some point. But that's not a color we're focusing on today. I'll probably do it between streams. Tiger muscle mummy confirmed? Yeah, lol. I thought everyone knew that, lol. I literally have a home gym behind me. I put your painting schedule to shame. What do you mean? You paint like so much more than me, and you actually get more models done in a week than I do. I just work on this one fucking model over like a month, and it's not even that good. But I think it's better than I think it is, if that makes sense. Like, it probably is better than I feel like it is, but I'm always my own worst critic. I think mostly it looks good due to my choice in color. But you know, it's all part of painting. Okay, let's set this. I say I was going to set this piece aside, but there's still things I need to do on it. Wah. Wah. Okay, is there anywhere else? Okay. I think that'll do. Cool. We'll set that bit aside for now. We'll go back to work on the fins. Tiger be lifting, but yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, I thought you got a job at the friendly local games store. Katachan, did you not? Didn't you? What did something happen? Your ability to do this for 3 straight hours or so. Eh. I just kind of lock in, as it were. Let me get this mixed up. It's an on and off thing. Oh. Well, that's fair. I wish I had more time to paint, honestly. I wish I had so much more time to paint than I do. But alas, work and commitments and all that nonsense. You get an actual part-time job there in September. Nice. You also became unemployed after losing your car in the next... Oh god. Are you okay? I hope that you're okay. I'm guessing you needed your car for work. That's so sad. You weren't hurt or anything, were you? I hope not. How do I want to start this chat? I suppose it's got to be all about... I want a smaller brush for this. A smaller brush. I have a smaller brush. Delightful. So we are just going to carefully kind of do the spines in Sigvald Burgundy, and then we are going to kind of spread that out a little bit. And kind of line the edge where the fins meet the body in the same color. I'm kind of not going to be too super neat about it. Kind of try and want to create a simple kind of blend from... I hope you guys can see what I'm trying to get at here, just to like darken the spines, kind of blend them into the fin a bit in a way that's a bit softer. That's my aim here. I can only hope it comes through on camera. I think it is. The burgundy is kind of like, doesn't really go over the red as well as I hoped it would. But I think it will better on the larger bits. You'll probably paint either Lucius or Slanesh Lord at some point. But I'll be in gold because I can't do silver. Ooh. I still need to paint Lucius. I might paint him off stream because I don't think he's that different to like how I'd approach my usual Emperor's Children miniatures. I need to find more off stream painting time, I think, is my main issue. Hair on the brush. But not a brush hair. Fucking cats. I swear to God, chat. This is the problem. If you're into miniatures and you have cats, it's just a bit of a nightmare. Because they're everywhere. Whether you see them or not, they are with you at all times. I don't even know why I'm doing this underside. No one's going to see this bit. But I'll know. I don't want to know that it's kind of just unfinished. There's a chance someone could see the model from an angle where, yeah, they can see that this bit isn't finished. Which would be sad. To me, at least. The next coat is going to be a much more purple color. I'm going to dip down to Volupus pink when we've finished doing this and then doing the wings in the same way. The Sigvald Burgundy is a bit more red than purple. To my eye, at least. It's definitely purple, but it's not like the purpliest purple. It's very warm. So I feel like it makes a great, strong kind of accent color for tinting brighter colors. Okay. Okay. I wish the model had other ways to pose it. Yeah, no, I agree. It's just there's not much unless you're hacking the model apart. You don't like the games that made his arm, making his armor black and ruining the faces on the armor. Yeah, no, I'm not keen on Games Workshop's idea for Lucius either. I feel like the classic look they had for I feel like they should have kept his scheme the way it was in the animation they did on Hammer and Bolter. No, what was it? Last year they did that animation. He looked great then. I feel like the armor should be a bit more fleshy, but that's just me. For me, I'm gonna still be doing his armor in the whole like Imperial, like the purple I do for my Emperor's Children. So I'm going to try and go for a sort of living metal look with them. I don't know how I'm going to pull that off, but we'll have to wait and see. He's mostly going to follow the same color scheme of the rest of my Emperor's Children, though. I do think he's definitely one of the coolest models in the whole Emperor's Children range. I'm annoyed that we don't have that many models, and we probably won't get many more for a long while. It's just a little bit sad and annoying. Like, can I not have, like, maybe an apothecary or something? Or, like some of the old Rogue Trader units that the Emperor's Children had. Or maybe, like, some more tanks and stuff. I know tanks aren't really the Emperor's Children style, but, like, we need more anti-armor kind of stuff in our unit roster. Unless they want to give us, like, a cool Sun Killers unit. I'll take a unit of Sun Killers any day over tanks. Like, guys with, like, cool, fancy, exotic weapons that vaporize everything, all about, like, maximum firepower. Yes, please. That'd be fun. There's a cat hair on this model. It's very distinctly a cat hair. How did you get on here? Apothecary is an easy HQ choice. I know, right? It's one of those things that they've always had. Even from the Rogue Trader days. Like, Emperor's Children have had an apothecary. But also, Chaos in general should have apothecaries, right? It doesn't make sense for them not to have them. In my opinion, at least. I know it's not really, like, the coolest of unit types, but like at the very least, I mean, Berserker Surgeons are literally in their lore in these days. So why no model? It'll probably be like 8 years or something before they get like an actual release, despite being in the codex from like day one. I do worry this might be darkening it a bit too much, chat. But I don't think on camera, in the light on the camera, it looks too dark. Does it? No. Oh god, I forgot I have to do the underside of this section. This is actually the worst bit of the model to have to paint, chat. It's just... no one's even going to see it. That's the worst part, but I can see it and I'm aware of it. And it's going to annoy me if I don't do something about it, you know? God, it's almost 11 o'clock. Okay, I'm probably not even going to finish this part of the painting of the miniature I wanted to finish today. God, that's annoying. Oh well. We'll just do as much as we can, and then we'll have to go to sleep when we have to go to sleep. Okay. A nice simple blend. I really like how I like how these spines have turned out a lot. Now I have to do the same on the inside. Okay, now we've got the two biggest fin sections to do. I wish this was the end of it, honestly, and then I could move on to the next bit. But there's so much to do on this miniature. There's just so much. And it's not like I regret doing it. It's just I've never painted anything on this kind of scale before, and it's a lot. It's really overwhelming, I have to say. Really, really overwhelming at times. But it's a very fun project. And I'm glad it's such a cool model, because I've never painted anything like this before, and it's really fun. But there's so much, you know? It's just so much. It's very cool though. Wow.
Yes!
Oh god.
Pato Juigot just subscribed with Prime.
Pato!
I like the super bright color scheme you chose.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Also, sorry, I was locked in and just looking at the thing. Sorry, I've been missing chat. Hey Pato. I'm very happy with the colors I've chosen. Sometimes chat, you just need to hit me with the bonk and then I'll realize I'm missing chat. God, what have I missed? What have I missed? Baldi has kind of got one with the Slaughterbound. It's not the same though. He's not a Berserker Surgeon. Also, thank you. Also, insert a sign here. Hi. I have not done a death yet. Lol. We mostly just need more demon engines and heavier tanks. I don't get why we don't have dreadnoughts. Or hellbrutes, or whatever you want to call them. I really don't understand that. But, whatever. Not the end of the world. You know what? I would really like to see a 40k equivalent of a Dorito Dreadnought. Like, not the Ballistus. But, like, you know. Like, yeah. Everyone wants a Dorito. I have a Dorito Dreadnought. It's cool. I just haven't built it yet. Because it's from the Mark III set. I did build the Land Raider from it. Because I just like using Horus Heresy tanks. So I've done that up as like a Chaos Land Raider for my Emperor's Children. But it's still a Land Raider Proteus. So like I'll probably be able to use it for Horus Heresy still. Also, thank you, Pato. I'm very happy with how my Fulgrim is turning out. I feel like the color choices really make him stand out. The armor is going to be the classic Emperor's Children purple when I get to it, eventually. Year of Chaos. Yeah, Year of fucking Chaos. My ass. But the Skaven release was last year. They said Year of Chaos in January. Year of Chaos was January. Like, months after the big Skaven release actually happened. Unless we're getting Skaven in 40k. Can we have 40k Skaven, please? Give me a Beastman, a Codex Beastman 40k with, like, Skaven in it. Because Skaven do exist in 40k. They're just like Beastmen and other abhuman mutants. They're just, like, shunned and treated like shit. The Imperium is too powerful for them to really, like, do anything with. And they're a bit too inconsistent to form, like, any kind of, like, proper thing. But they've been shown in comics. They've been legit shown in, like, comics like Blood Quest. When you're in the Eye of Terror, there's Skaven there. Or on a Demon World or something. Also, chat, if you like podcast style dramas, Warrior Tier just did a new 40k Horus Rising chapter. It's so good. It's like 2 hours long though. Like, I watched it this morning while I was like spending my time shitposting and planning stuff and doing like admin. You want 40k rats? Everyone would want 40k rats. 40k rats would be amazing, but they just joined Nurgle. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. They'd be Nurgle's best soldiers, and everyone would love that. Everyone would love that. Do you not think? I need to paint up. I need to build and paint up Pink Skaven for AOS at some point. I need to paint and build up my Stormcast at some point. Like, Stormcast aren't really an army I want to play, but, like, they're kind of boring. But, like, I've got a lot of them. And they do have some cool-looking models. Because, like, we got Skaventide. And I was just like... you know what I'm surprised by? Skaventide still hasn't sold out. There's still, like, lots of copies of it available online. Like, from, like... third-party retailers. I'm pretty sure Warhammer officially is sold out of it. But, like, there's still some floating around. My local game shop has, like, 2 or 3 copies of it still. At least. Skaven have very cool models though, and I just like them. I will paint them up at some point. I feel like though I'm gonna do a really simple paint job, like super simple but really cool. It's just gonna be like all grayscale, like super just slap chop, but without the contrast paint like happening to it. Oh god, if I got over the turquoise, but it's so what I can just move that off. Get out of here. Okay. Now we have to do the underside of this bit. Which thankfully is quite dark, so there's not really too much I need to do. I don't think I already did this bit, did I? No. I wouldn't have done this before doing the top bit. Okay. Put on the other side. Okay. Now what else? I've got those ones on the, I've got those bits on the, I've just realized, I think the camera's in the way of some of the light. Wow. Fast moving plague rats, yes please. I know, right? It would work so well. You want to see it on your dragon mini? Do it. It's not hard. It's not hard, it just requires patience. It's just thinning down contrast paints mostly and doing some glazes. It's pretty chill. In fact, in a lot of cases, I don't even thin the contrast paints down that much. A lot of the time, I'm just kind of like dry brush equivalenting it. Doing a sort of like dry brush equivalent to it. It works though. Oh, bye Evie. We've been abandoned, chat. Abandoned by cat. Mayhaps she'll return to us later. No, probably not. She's probably fucking off for the night. Lol. Wow. This is treachery, chat. I think the AS is too disconnected from your dudes. Well. Not Dragon D's nuts, yo. Well, Dragon from Death May Die. What's Death May Die? I mean, I was kind of going for the whole like Leviathan Sea Serpent kind of vibe with this Fulgrim color scheme. Because my whole idea behind this model was kind of listening to the from what I read on the designer's commentary and how they wanted to lean into that kind of like idea and less of a snake and more of like this divine creature. And I thought, you know what, that sounds really cool. That's a vibe, and I want to try and replicate. I try. Oh fuck. I kind of wanna like do that as a paint job. I feel like we're kind of working that out. I think we're making decent-ish progress. We would have to redo all of the metal work though, like all of it. Oh god, I've just realized there's a bit I didn't see. Fine, no one will know. No one will know because I've seen it now. Get painted. It is such a hard bit to kind of get into. Okay. Okay. Now it's just these spines here on his cake, and then we can move on to the wings. The wings will hopefully not take nearly as long. I mean, they're bigger areas, so it might do, but they're also a lot less intricate. So I'm hoping that the next bit will be somewhat easy by comparison to this. And then, after we've done that, we get to do it all over again. Yay! Okay. do the bits that I need to do here. And then we can move on. Nearly there. DMD is a board game where investigators attempt to thwart eldritch enemies. Really neat minis, except especially the monstrous ones. It sounds a bit like Call of Cthulhu, but that's like an RPG kind of thing. I don't think that Call of Cthulhu has any official minis. But I've only played one game of Call of Cthulhu and it was fantastic. Okay. Cool. I think that's looking all right, chat. What do you think? So far. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. We've got a lot more to do. A lot more to do. So I think we'll start out by doing... First of all, I'm going to clean my brush. And switch to the bigger brush because we're doing quite large areas. So I'm thinking, similar to before, we're mostly just going to focus on doing these like internal bits here. Slowly tint a little bit more. Do this other side as well. Actually really liking that look. What do we think, chat? I love like just it's I feel like the tonal difference shines through a lot better here because it's a larger area to work with, so you can see a bit more tonal variance in it. Do a little finger painting to smudge it. Get a nice Easy blend. God, this is so much easier than doing all the bits on the rest of the model, all the bits on the back that we did before. My word, it's like night and day. I don't know if you're even supposed to use paints like this, but I feel like finger painting is sometimes just the best way to paint if you want to do smooth blends. I just think it works really well. It's a bit primitive, but like it's a simple solution to a complex problem, and it works. Like I could like spend ages wet blending it in, like, or doing glazes, but this just works. It just does so much. It does so much work with very little time or effort by comparison, and I'm just like, yeah, why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I take this route when it works so well? Oh shit. Hacks. That's what that is. I'm pretty glad. Hey Lottie! Do not eat the paint. Do not eat the paint. I mean, it's non-toxic, so I don't think anything bad would happen if you did, but don't. I need it. I need to paint minis with it. Wow. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm gonna push this even more. But I think I need to actually like go over this again in hindsight. I think I need to make the burgundy come out a bit more, because I'm gonna do a Luxium purple final recess shade over this whole bit. So I feel like more of this needs to have that kind of darker tone so that it shows through. So I might go over what we've already done. Just a little bit. Not too much. Just a little bit. Just to extend out the blend a bit more. Is my thinking at least. Get some water on the brush to reactivate some of this pigment. Yeah. And when we get all of this textured up with a dry brush later, I think that's when it's really going to start to like come into its own. I'm pretty happy with how that's starting to look. I think you can see what I'm trying to do here. Like, you can see the parts I've done the extended blend into versus that bit on the right where I've only done the very small bit. Hey, Scary! Finger painting on a miniature, genius. Best looks are free. It's so easy, and it just works. It's just like, yeah, no, it gives you the most control. It gives you the most control. I'm actually really happy with the way these colors are looking. I'm genuinely like, I am seldom pleased with how my minis look, but here I'm actually like, yeah, actually, I'm like, doing this miniature is giving me a lot of confidence. Like, I'm struggling at times with like knowing whether or not my approach is right, but just fucking around and finding out. It's the only way to go. It's the only way to go, and it feels like it's working in my favor. How you doing, Scary Cat? It's like, oh shit, I owe you a bean. My bad. But yeah, I think you can see really just how much of an impact that makes here from the side that's been done versus the side that hasn't. Where is my beans? My beans are here. Wow. Thank you, Lottie. I always appreciate the pats. Though I feel like I have some very unfortunate model placement today. Ah! Wow. It's fine. No one will ever know except you guys who are here with me. Lol. This is like the finger painting is the ultimate painting hack for Warhammer chat. It works so well. Just blend it in. Easy. Now, I'm not 100% sure how I want to do the other side, because I was thinking I'd do it the opposite way, where it's darker in the middle. But I don't think that works. I think I've got to just basically do the same thing, but on the other side. I think that's the only way to go. Wow. Hey, Deadfire. You are still doing alert. Isn't it bedtime for you, lol? Wow. Ah, pause. We now have the poor hands. The poor hands. I think I need to adjust my model size. Where's my mouse? There. Okay. Yeah, no. This whole thing that I was trying to do on these spiny bits, it looks so much better on this larger area. There's so much more, I want to say margin for error, but just in general, there's so much more space to work with. It really helps with the blends. to wet brush. I might just have to go in at the end with a turquoise and just tidy up the wing knuckles. We've overlapped it a little bit with this burgundy. I know you do a lot. We appreciate the look. Okay. Okay. It's nice getting to just relax and kind of play with paint. It kind of makes you feel a bit like a kid again. Like, I'm glad I've kind of changed my approach instead of trying to like copy techniques and just doing it this way. It just works. It's more me. And it just works really well, you know? I am an innovator. Okay, I think that's looking pretty decent. It's a bit uneven. These wings are so that Fulgrim can fly. Okay. That needs to dry, and then we need to floop it over. So while that's drying, we can do something else. We can do something else. I think I want to use a little squid pink and mix it with a drop of squid pink. This is very pink, and then I want to mix it with I want to mix it with this pale flesh. And we'll use this to highlight the wound. Is my thinking. Just gonna mix that together. That's looking kind of basically like the color we want. Still a little bit too pink for my liking. But it can work as a first highlight. Also, hey Red, how you doing? You're never buying anything from Games Workshop from again. Why? You found a game store that's not too far out of the way where you live. That has all the Games Workshop products permanently 20. Hell yeah, that's amazing. Also, hey Rai Rai. Also, thank you, Metal. Where's my detail brush? I had a detail brush here not that long ago. Where the hell is it? It was right in front of my face. I was using it not that long ago. That's not it. Somewhere on this desk, in amongst all of my crap, there is a brush. A brush I was using but a few moments ago. But fine, I'll just use this other brush. That's perfectly good for the same job. Okay. We'll set this aside to dry. And then we'll work on the other side after doing this. At least this is one bit that's basically going to be done today. No doubt. We're just trying to bring out a bit more color in this fleshy section here. Yes, what I wanted. It's gonna look so good, chat. I do think I could do with tinting this red to be a bit more red. Like to increase the saturation just a little bit. I'm not 100% sure what I want to do that with. I guess an ink would do. It just feels like this is meant to be in a bloody open wound. It should be more red than this. Or at least the inner bit should be. I'm not alone in thinking that, right, chat? You're going to be getting 500 points of Tyranids on the weekend. Hell yeah, rad. Make sure you share your progress. Oh, there's a cat on the back of my chair. That could have gone horribly wrong, cat. You could have jumped and maybe make a big mistake on the model. And I would have been very sad if you did that. And you wouldn't have understood it. But that's just how cats be sometimes. Fuck. I need to remove this paint before it dries. just a lot of very careful and delicate highlight work. Okay. I still want to tint it a bit more red. What can I do to tint it more red? I could, see, Carabag Crimson isn't dense enough, I think, in its pigmenting. I could do... a drop of magenta. Not even a drop, actually. Oh, the cat has returned. Kind of. She's getting settled. Okay. So I'm thinking... where's my Carabag Crimson gone? I swear, it's the most elusive paint in the universe for me. Okay. So I'm thinking... we get some Carabag Crimson. And then... the tiniest... maybe a bit more than that. Just a little bit. Now I think that's going to be... that's a very red tone, but it's not overpoweringly red. Okay, I think that'll work. I think this is going to work for making this look a bit more bloody and fresh. Definitely going to need to redo the gold in here though. That's fine. I expected I'd need to anyway. And one thing I think I want to do is another highlight. So on the wings, on the wounds on the wings, what we're going to do is we're going to skip that initial highlight stage and just skip straight over to doing what we've just done here, and then highlight the wounds on the wings after. Is my thinking. Once that's dried. I don't know about making this too red, because I feel like it might coincide with what we're doing. I think it might be a bit too close, but that's fine. We'll make it more distinct. Also, this bit has not blended as well as I really thought it had. That's okay. We'll be fine. No shit. I just saw that. Bugger. That's gonna be a pain. That's gonna be a real pain. Okay, now that that's done, we get back to what we were doing before, but on the wings, on the other side. Ooh, let's not knock anything on the thing. Hey, Leos. How do you say that? Leo's me. Hi. What does Little Hammer do? You click it. Sorry, I was super focused on what I was doing there. I didn't see chat for a little bit. I'm so sorry. I sometimes get a little bit focused too much. So with the Tyranid combat patrol, you want to do something interesting with the Psychophage. Slamenters are reportedly fought Hive Fleet Kraken. You're gonna make the severed arm yellow. That's neat. Thank you. We've got a long way to go though. But I'm pretty happy with how he's coming along. I'm pretty happy with how he's coming along. I feel like our color scheme is going to make him really stand out. I have to redo all of the metal work though. If I don't redo all the metal work, it's going to look terrible. But it's fine. We'll get there eventually. Secret technique, finger blending. Well. Ooh, what's that? Okay. See you later, Red. Thank you for hanging out. It's always lovely to see you. I'm not entirely sure what color I'm gonna want to highlight these in after the next stage. No, I might stay up an extra hour, chat. I kind of just really want to get this bit done. I kind of really, really want to get this bit done, so I don't have to worry about it next time. I know it'll be super late and I'll have a shit day at work tomorrow, but it's fine. I can live with that. What I can't live is leaving this unfinished. Nice and easy blending. But yeah, thank you, Malice. I appreciate the compliment. I've been very lacking in confidence in my painting, and this model has really helped me build it up. Because like I mostly speed paint, but this one is the kind of model that demands more attention, and it's like it's nice just taking my time with it and kind of just messing around and trying lots of different things. And I can say that the more different things I tried, the more fun it is. And the better I feel I'm doing with it. It's a nice feeling, honestly. Painting is great. I am happy. I am happy with how it's going. And also, I'm just being a little kid sometimes when it comes to like my approach. Hence the finger painting, lol. But you know, if it works, right? And you get some really nice color blends by doing it. You can just start working on miniatures and dolls and stuff again. I'm glad that I can help motivate people. I mean, this is why I do this. I just like getting people into mini painting. Why I try and keep things simple, but this is just like me wanting to do a character I really enjoy a bit of justice. That's too much. Too much. That's fine. It's kind of worked. Okay. Oh, my hands are covered in paint. Wow. Okay. Next wing, then we do all the little spines on the wing. Then we do the final color before we start highlighting and dry brushing. Okay. Okay. What more? What more? What more? Just a little bit. Oh god. There's a lot of paint on my finger. Wow. Everyone here is covered in awesomeness? Lol. Yes. I hope so. You're all my good beans, and I hope you are feeling awesome. If you are not, then I'm sorry. I hope I can cheer you up. Well. That's probably too much pain. Oh well. Okay. Okay, nearly done. And then we do the spines, and then when we finish the spines, then we do the next color, the final color, before highlights and dry brush. Okay. Ooh. Let's not knock anything over. It kind of feels a little bit cathartic just getting to just plop a bunch of color down on the bit after trying to do smudges and all that weird stuff. It's nice though. Okay. These spines are going to be so different to everything else, I think. But I think that's going to look great. Okay. Do the final spine on the top, and then we'll do the other wing. Am I holding this in a way that could... Yes, I am. Good. I sometimes forget, and I paint off stream without meaning to. I don't know why I do it, but I guess it's a spatial awareness thing. Or a lack thereof, in my case. This is kind of... Using this paint so much has kind of made me realize I need to finish my my Sons of the Phoenix army. It's mostly done. I just need to do like the arm and the gold. Because that one arm is done in this color. That I only use this to do that one arm in this color. It's like they're white, other than this one arm, which is like a sort of fuchsia purple. Which this looks kind of like the perfect color when you do it over the white I've got set up on the base layer. It's super easy though, like super easy. I just need to sit down and like spend a day doing it, and I can probably crack out the rest of the army in time. At least I hope I could. I can get through most of the army in a day. Most of it. Oh, okay. What next? What next? What next? I just realized there's another Pokemon this color scheme reminds me of. You'll remember Salamence from the Dragon Pokemon from was it Ruby and Sapphire? It was introduced in. That's what this reminds me of a little bit. I can't believe I missed that massive bit of line. Do you not think like it's the wings are exactly the same color, aren't they? Like first I was calling him fucking Totodile. And now it's just like, yes, dragon, let's go. But they all have the same color palette, so it all kind of applies. God, I wish I didn't have shaky hands. It's super annoying. Okay. What next? Okay. Now I leave this bit to dry. We move on to the next bit. Oh, God. Progress. Slower than I'd like. But progress is progress. Okay. Next, we're going to use some Luxion Purple on the spines and just a little bit of the fins. This should be a lot faster than the previous step. A lot faster. Just going to get this paint mixed up. Oh, God. Oh, no. When did I knock that over? Oh. Crap. Well, that's probably fine. Oh well. Just something on the floor I'll need to clean up later. Okay. I'm gonna use Luxion Purple now. And this. I might need to switch to Leviathan on the spines for the final bit. This is mostly going to focus on the spines and start here. Oh, I can't. Yeah, no, it needs to be Leviathan. Luxion is too bright. Not strong enough pigment. I believe I did this exact same thing when I was painting Azazel's horns. I wonder now what Darkness is going to happen. If the 3 fall, would it be funny if the Death Guard show up? No way. They've said they won't do Death Guard. There's no way. Death Guard are too powerful, and the minute Death Guard come involved, it becomes a Space Marine game. Unless, like, the final boss is a Death Guard. But then that level would have very little replayability in a way that fits in with the rest of the setting. I don't think that they'll do a Death Guard. I don't think there's any way they'll do a Death Guard. But that's just my opinion, you know? I don't think we'll see any Astartes, surely. It just seems too much to me. Once again, just gonna gently a little bit of purple in here. Let's do the underside, even though no one's gonna see it. But I will know, so I have to do it, otherwise I'll get annoyed with myself. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Or more demons. I really want... yeah, I also want Nurglings. I think there should definitely be more demons. Oh, well, we haven't really seen... We've only got a Beast of Nurgle. We could definitely see some Nurglings. A single Plague Bearer as a boss would be very rough, I imagine. It'd be like a DPS race. You kill it before its contagions murder you. There'd be no kind of in-between, really. That could be fun, but it could also be really upsetting because it could just randomly fuck over a lot of parties if they don't balance it right. Or at least that's how I'd try and implement it. I don't know if that idea is good, though. I'd just like to see some Demon Engines as boss fights. I think they'd be really interesting. I think they'd be really interesting because you need different mechanics for how you'd engage them. Maybe a specific set of weapons or something. Ooh. The very blue-purple Leviathan. I kind of like that about that here. An almost blue-black purple. And I think that works really well for what we're doing. Okay. Large spines here. Okay. Okay. I don't actually think I need to shade this as much as I have done, but that's fine. Okay. More spines here. Fun little bloat drone fight. I agree. Give me a bloat drone. Give me a little, just a little guy, or a little blight hauler. A little blight hauler who just wants to have a little munch on some rejects, right? God, I'm so excited for the Arbite though. The RBTs. The Enforcer. It's gonna be so cool, chat. Like, I can't wait. Won't be long. It won't be long. And to find the nice magenta paint for highlights here. Not the one we used to highlight the not the one we're going to use to highlight the flesh wound. Different one. Okay. Okay, what's next? The other side of this spine, and then we are on the back fins. That should be nice and easy. I will do some highlights on these after this, because it's looking basically dry. Starting to look the part. And just a little bit on the line where it connects. And then we'll do the wings and then some highlights on the stuff. Okay. It's just gonna be in these spots. Okay. Now we do these dry. I think they're dry. They're looking dry. Okay, nice and quick. Nice and quick, nice and quick. We don't have much to do here. Just a little bit. Shading the edges. A little smudge. Blender. A little smudge. And then we just keep going. Do the spines while we're at it. Here they're a bit more purple, so there's not quite so much I feel like I need to do in terms of like pushing all the way up to the edge. I'd like a little bit of the burgundy seeping through, in all honesty. So I don't want to be like super consistent about how it's applied. Because it doesn't need to be. Okay. Some nice, simple. I think I'm doing the spines first, just because it's a bit easier. Okay. I'm liking how dark these spines are. And you can just see like the burgundy piercing through on some bits. We're not fully coating it, we're just kind of doing like a very quick stroke. Making sure we're not doing full coverage, because we don't want full coverage. Just a little bit. I guess this is kind of like the inverse of highlighting. You mean shading? Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm shading. Wow. Sometimes I forget words exist, chat. Sometimes I just forget the words exist. But who doesn't? Well, well. Okay. Let's see. We've got that bit left, and then we're just going to do the inner lining on all of the wing membranes. It won't take super long, and then we highlight, and then we wash. Just a quick wash. Once it's all done, I need to remember to, when I use the Druchii Violet, I need to remember that it has to be thinned down significantly because it's a surprisingly powerful tint. Right, back to it, I suppose. You know what, I'm going to switch to a smaller brush because it doesn't need to be super... It doesn't need to be a lot, it just needs to be like a little bit. A little bit. I feel like it just, like this little bit just makes that, it's just that little bit of extra shading, you know? I feel like even though it's not a lot, it has a bit of an, I need a different brush than this. This brush is too fine. This one will do. Yeah, this is a good brush. What I'm trying to achieve. Like just the right amount of just the right size. A little bit bigger than what I was using before. But not so big. It's hard. Not so small that it's a bit of a pain to control. There's a bit of me that wonders if I still ought to have, if I ought to have painted this the other way around in terms of like my original direction, like doing all of the turquoisey bits later. But I feel like correcting where I've gone over the turquoise is generally going to be is not going to take that long. At least I hope it won't. Who knows? No one for certain. Okay. Okay. I think it makes a difference. It might not be a big difference, but I think it does make a difference. This bit here really annoys me. Maybe it's because it's a very obvious error to my eye. That's wood, yeah, no, that's basically it. It's a very obvious error that I can see, and I don't know how to undo it without having to create a lot of work for myself. So I might just leave it as is. Okay. Do these little lines. And then the other side. Okay, Matt Doll, thank you so much for your support. I hope you have a wonderful sleep, and I may see you tomorrow, I hope. Yeah. Okay. Last bit on this side, then we are doing the other side. I think that looks fantastic. It's just such a nice, like, gradient in terms of shading. I'm very happy with how this is turning out. I'm seldom really happy with how anything I paint turns out. But I think it's because I'm trying a lot of different things and they seem to be working for the most part. And the things that don't work, I just quickly fix. Okay, this side. tend to get faster on how when I blend these. Okay. It's kind of just a really dark blue. I'm starting to see Leviathan purple as. It's just incredibly dark blue with a slight red tint to it. Okay. Next side. Then we can finally move on to highlighting, and then a final wash over, and then a final wash over all of the spines and whatnot. Okay. 3 more panels, and then we can do the final bits. Final panel. Let's go. I do wonder if it's getting a bit too dark in terms of like shade, but I don't know. I feel like it just builds up the layers a little bit. Oh, one final panel there. Ah! Oi, I know it's late. I'm gonna be done soon.
Yeah, but you're actually going to be done.
Yeah, I just need to highlight and then wash the things.
Oh, that reds look amazing.
I know. I want to finish it.
Oh, that's such a pretty color.
I know. I'm
I work in the morning.
I know. I know all of these things. Wow.
Okay then, can I trust you to not stay up till shit o'clock in the morning again?
Yes. I mean, my plan is to be done by 1, which is in the next half hour. So.
Okay. Are you done with that monster?
Yes.
That's like half the time.
Yeah, I didn't have much of it.
Oh, good night, metal.
Metal has already gone.
Oh.
Lol. That was like half an hour ago. Wow. Okay. We're almost done, chat. Almost done. It's taken a bit longer than I wanted it to, but... Are you having a monster right before bed? Jesus Christ, woman.
Oh, do you want the ring light back, or...?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Just a simple edge highlight here. A little stipple in the middle, and then we blend that in. And now we just repeat the process on the other bit. We don't need to do a wash on this, I don't think, because we've already washed it. I think I need... Just staple in a little bit of this bit to fill. And then smudge. And a little staple. And then a smudge. Ooh. Okay. Okay. That's that bit done. Now, let's do this. Hey Maeve, how you doing? Huge wing for thy man. Absolutely, for tiny man. What do you mean he's huge? He's absolutely huge. He's like the biggest model I've ever worked on. How you doing, Maeve? Lovely to see you again. I hope that you're well. Okay. One final thing to do, and that's to find... I actually need to find the right colour to highlight this with. Because I haven't actually looked for a highlight colour for this. Be quite bright, I think. Huge, you say? Wow. Look at this degenerate chat. This degenerate punkler. I think I just want to go for... You know what? Yeah, no. This works. This works. This works. I don't know why I'm trying to mess around and make things overcomplicate things. So we are now going to just gentle dry brush very carefully. Make sure we don't go too hard on anything in particular. Just a little bit. Actually, no, I need the smallest dry brush. That's what I'll use now. This should save us a fair bit of time. Just a simple, very quick over here. Still too much. That should be about right. We'll thin down some I'm going to thin down some Druchii Violet after this and just wash it in it. Maybe mix the Druchii Violet with some Carroburg Crimson. Just to make sure it's like not too purple. I want it to still be kind of pinky red. We're just doing this to quickly pick out some highlights. Because it's late, we don't want to spend too much time on it. And it's nice and simple and easily done. Okay. Okay, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Kitty should sleep. I'm gonna sleep soon, Rai Rai. I promise. I'm just gonna do this final wash and then we're basically done. So I'm going to say... Three pots Druchii Violet. Those are my Carabug Crimson. That is the one, is the paint that just loves to disappear on me. And then... Just going to do a 1-to-1 mix. And then add some glaze medium to it. Because I do want it to be kind of like glossy. I know that's not a look a lot of people are fond of. But I think it works for this. Let's have a look and see how that... It's a nice kind of like... That's a nice tint. Okay, let's go. Nice and quick. Simple wash. I'm going to start down here. Carefully just go over everything. Making sure we don't let anything pull too much. I may have watered it down a bit too much, actually. That's fine. We'll figure it out. Might need to do a second pass, though. It's just a nice kind of like purple, but also red. I don't know how to describe it. It's a little bit of both. It's about 50-50 Druchii Violet and Carabug Crimson that have thinned down. Perhaps a touch too much. That's fine. We'll figure out what to do there later. I think I'm going to need to darken these spines a little bit. Damn. I thought this bit would be nice and quick and simple. I mean, it's still going to be quick. It just might take a little bit longer than I anticipated. You know what? No. It's going to be easier if I just do a new mix. Wow. New mix. Rather than leave that as is. Druchii Violet. 2 pots. Carabug Crimson. 1 pot. 2 pots. Glaze Medium. 2 pots. Well, 1 pot. I want to add more Druchii Violet, actually. It's hard to figure this out. Ratios, mixing. Just a little bit more Druchii Violet, I think. This should hopefully be okay. I think we've got it. Yeah. Just a hint of that magenta from before. Okay. Oh, bugger. I thought that brush was clean. Okay. Just a nice, quick, unifying wash over all of the bits we've worked on tonight. Nearly there, chat. Nearly there for the night, I swear. We're almost done. So I watched the RBT's trailer again. You can hear other people saying the name of the Lex. Lex. Wait. What was it called again? Lex Imperialis? Wasn't that the DLC for Wasn't that the DLC for Rogue Trader? Well, that's pretty cool. I might need to give it another watch at some point. I mean, I probably will. I'm very curious to see. I kind of want to kind of see if I can figure out what else might be in the thing. Yeah, so it looks like they gave a little tease of other voices. Oh, very nice. I like that. I'm very curious to see what's going to come. I hope I'll find out sooner rather than later. But it's all very exciting nonetheless. All very exciting. I really like how that wash has kind of taken effect here, chat. Let's see how it looks on the wings. Get the big brush out because the biggest brush is clearly what I need here. I hope I don't have to mix up any more of this. That'd be annoying. I think we've got a good ratio for the wash. make sure it doesn't get too much everywhere. Okay. Where else? Here. Nice small area. We like that at this time of night. We've got the whole other side to do as well. I need to remember that. Just the faintest whiff of the magenta tint to kind of just bring it all back to its original color without changing anything that we've done. I'm very happy with how this has gone, in all honesty. Mistakes were made here and there, but overall, I think we've got a good end result for the wings and the fins. More so the wings than the fins, because I think like the dry brush was probably a bit more effective here. Because it's a much larger area and it's a lot harder to make mistakes or go over the wrong bit there. Like I didn't have to worry about the spines at all. But I didn't really want to go over the spines. I wanted them to be very dark. But that's fine. We'll just go over the spines later with like some darker ink or something on the body to like deepen them again. Now we have to do the inside wings. It's probably going to need to mix up a final batch of this wash. Okay, let's mix up that final batch of wash. Okay. Druchii Violet. More of that. 3 parts. A little bit of this magenta from before. And then a smidge of Carabag Crimson. That should do the trick. Nearly there, chat. We're almost there. Okay. Oh god, I didn't mix up enough of the... Oh, bugger. I thought I had, but I hadn't mixed up enough of the thing. Okay, well. We can fix that, can't we? Just a little bit left. It's done nice and quick. Right. There's a little bit of bubbling. Just get that gone if we can. I think I'm quite happy overall with our result on these. I think I'm very happy. That looks fantastic for a first attempt and never having done something like this before. Hell yeah. I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy, chat. Okay, let's find someone to raid into. Tomorrow, if I'm oh, Small's up. Oh, Small's doing a charity stream. Okay, let's raid into Small. Okay, so tomorrow I'm supposed to be doing more GTA, which I haven't done in a good couple of weeks, but there's a bit of me that kind of wants to do more work on Fulgrim. So if I've got the energy for it after work, it may what I've got planned may change. At the same start time, probably won't stay up nearly as late though. Just gonna get rid of some excess cooling before I go to bed, before it causes me any problems overnight. Okay. Thank you all so much, chat. I love you all. Thank you for being a wonderful community. And I hope to see you tomorrow, okay? I hope you have a wonderful day or night wherever you are in the world. Mwah. Mwah. Wait, where's the raid button? Raid button. Ah. Raid button. Where? Mouse. There. Where?